first thing I'm gonna do is do a quick sound check with the folks online. I did it kind of. If folks could give me a thumbs up if you can hear me online.
Hello,
We can hear
hello.
here. Can anyone online hear me?
Yes. I hear you.
I also hear you.
All right. I am
Not
hearing
very well.
some folks online that you can hear. I'm gonna try and turn your volume up a little bit. Hopefully the room.
Everybody should close their microphone.
Yeah, so if everyone that's online could stay muted, that'll help with the echoing. And,
We hear you from very far.
okay. We're trying to figure out the range on the microphone, which seemed to work all right last time from a distance, but we might ask people to come up this evening so people can hear better. Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Thanks everybody for joining tonight, both here and online. It's very appreciated that you're taking the time out to come and talk with us about the landfill and in particular the amendment that we're here to discuss this evening. My name is Casey Caffin. If you haven't met me before, I'm in the solid waste management program of the Waste Management Division at DEC.
Keep talking, but I'm not hearing anything.
And with me this evening, I have Jeff Bordeaux, who is he's trying to manage the online stuff. So feel free to interact with him over the chat if you're having issues, and he'll try and problem solve that for you. Hopefully you're seeing my screen if you're online. I'm going to go through a brief presentation tonight on what the amendment is, where you can find information for this amendment, and then like we have in the past, open it up for conversation and discussion. So my contact information is here. It'll be at the end of the presentation as well. At any point in this process, this evening, in the next coming weeks, please do feel free to reach out to me. So tonight we're here to talk about an amendment to the NEWSVT solid waste certification. And this amendment is looking at the additional construction of a leachate management building and treatment pad area. If you have not found the materials for this amendment application, all of our applications for DEC are found on the electronic notice bulletin. For this application, I've put the permit ID number, which is OL 510-2022-28 at the top there, but the easiest way to find this information is by entering in permit number and just do the OL 510, that's our ID for this landfill, and you'll get and press search down here, and you should get 2 search results pulling up because we do still have 2 amendments under consideration for the landfill. One of these is the under drain treatment system, which we had the public meetings for about a month ago at this point. That one is current, we're responding to comments. It's under consideration. There's been no final decision made on that yet. So the question was, who makes the final decision on that? And it is our solid waste program. And then we will run it up through management within the Department of Environmental Conservation. So Department of Environmental Conservation. So this amendment that we're discussing tonight they'll both say draft decision in comment. This one is the one that is out for public comment right now. So just make sure you're looking at that permit number on the right-hand side. And then the thing that I find tricky about our system is you have to click here on the left-hand side to access the information, where it says landfills and treatment for both of them, the project name. When you click there, you should be taken to a page which has related documents. It has this draft permit language. It has other, the application, the correspondence back and forth throughout this amendment process. All the documents associated with this are located in that related documents page. And then the other thing I want to point out on this page is this comment button in the middle of your screen. When you open up the page specific to the landfill, you can comment on the permit the permit amendment in a variety of different ways tonight. Certainly, you may email me as well, or you can use this comment button. And for ease of my life, if you could use the comment button, it'd be greatly appreciated. Comments will be taken through the end of the day, November 28th. And again, we'll go through the process of reviewing those comments that are received either this evening or in writing before we make a final decision. And that will be presented as a responsiveness summary showing kind of how we've incorporated or responded to each of the comments received. So that's where you can find stuff in the process moving forward. I'm looking, are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Jeffrey. There is a sign-in sheet that's going around. I see it back there. It'll kind of come up this way. If you don't get it, we'll put it over on the corner of the room at the end of the evening. If you put down your name and the contact email for you, you'll be added to the interested parties list for this. And so you'll get any of the future correspondence that happens around this amendment. So this evening, we're here to talk about the additional leachate management building and pad area that has been proposed at the landfill. And I just wanted to start ourselves by orienting where at the facility we're talking about the additional construction of this building, excuse me. So we're oriented north-south here. At the facility, there currently is circled in orange on the screen a series of above-ground storage. There's 2 above-ground storage tanks and an underground storage tank where the leachate that is produced within the landfill is collected. Then it goes to a leachate loadout building where it is transported to wastewater treatment facilities. So this is the area of the facility that that's under consideration for the draft permit. And what's been proposed is the construction of an additional building adjacent to the infrastructure that's already there. So this is from the engineering design from the application. These 2 big circles are the current above ground storage tanks. This is the existing leachate loadout building. And then this is the proposed additional building. And then similarly, we're going to orient ourselves with the above ground storage tanks here. And this is a contingency, a pad area for leachate management that is also under consideration for this application. So those are the 2 things that we're looking at, the building for leachate management and a pad for leachate management. And both of these are to provide infrastructure and space for testing per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, treatment systems. So PFAS is something we've recognized as a contaminant or chemicals within the leachate that we're actively in dialogue trying to figure out how to get it out of the leachate for improved management at wastewater treatment facilities. So this infrastructure is proposed to house those treatment units for evaluating how well they perform on the landfill leachate. There's a lot going on, and I know you cannot read this from the back of the room. I don't expect you to. Again, this is from the application, which you can find through that electronic notice bulletin. I just wanted to point out here, this is the leachate building and treatment areas that are under consideration. This is a flow diagram of where leachate is able to go to our above ground storage tanks, ultimately to the leachate loadout building where it's then transported to wastewater treatment facility. So the building and pad area that are part of this amendment are kind of being looped into the current flow that exists at the landfill, again, to provide that additional space. They'll be plumbed to the above ground storage tanks so that way we can test the leachate before and after any treatment is done on it. But the ultimate end location for leachate at this facility doesn't change. It's still going to a wastewater treatment facility with this application that is under consideration right now. Well, our certification amendment, as it's drafted currently, namely requires that the leachate continue to be contained according to the solid waste management rules. Because this is additional infrastructure for leachate containment, we have to look at it through the solid waste program and require the secondary containment of leachate and emergency response if there's a leak detection programs. And this includes the treatment of the management of any treatment residuals. So anything that comes off of this treatment process that's happening inside the buildings will be managed in accordance with solid waste. It also, the conditions of the drafted amendment add this infrastructure to the facility formally. So this will require inspection of this additional infrastructure, these buildings or pads, and reporting requirements that already exist for the facility. So it's expanding it to this new operating area. And I just want to be clear with this last bullet point that the management of the leachate to its end destinations. So we contain it, we ensure there's secondary containment at the facility. What happens to the leachate as it goes to the wastewater treatment facilities is evaluated under the pre-treatment permit. And that is not this permit. The pre-treatment permit looks at how any discharge or landfill leachate, in this case, going to a wastewater facility may impact that wastewater facility and sets constraints on what the loading within that influent going to a wastewater facility can be, and what requirements, in this case, the leachate would have to meet before it goes to a wastewater facility. So our permit doesn't affect what requirements the leachate has to attain at the wastewater treatment facility. That's the pre-treatment permit. Anything you'd like to add, Jeff?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason, I mean, could the testing facility be done off-site? Is there a reason that it must be done on-site? I understand it, we're shipping thousands of gallons off-site, so why does it have to be on-site?
So the question for the folks online, is there a reason that the treatment systems have to be on-site? Could it be set up and established off-site? And I think there is a logistical component to that, certainly, where we've got the leachate is the easiest place to test treating it. There's also the containment component. So at this facility, we do require the secondary containment of leachate, and got those controls in place to be able to do that here. Whereas a wastewater facility or a brand new location doesn't have that infrastructure already. So we've got the above ground storage tanks here for storing this and kind of setting us up to be able to do this treatment. And that's a great launch into the comments and discussions and questions that I'm hoping to get this evening. And I really do want this to be an open conversation like our previous meetings have been. I am going to move the microphone over and ask if you're comfortable and able, if you could come up to the front of the room, just so the folks that are online, we do have a number of folks there, can hear. We'd really appreciate that. If I'll try and repeat questions. If you don't want to come to the front of the room, I'll listen and try and repeat it as well. You could state your name before speaking. That would also be appreciated. And again, this is a logistical thing for me. It makes my life a little bit easier. But if you have prepared written comments, if you could email them to me as well as speaking them this evening, it'd be appreciated. Again, for the folks online, logistically, if you'd like to speak, there is a chat, a little bubble icon at the top of your screen that you should be able to see. Please feel free to put your name in there, and we'll rotate between in the room and online questions and call you out in the order that you put your name up, and we'll unmute you and allow you to speak to the room. So are there any logistical questions on how this is going to go this evening?
Is
Mr. Jacobs.
there a structure to how this is going to happen tonight? Are you going to ask questions for only so long and then take statements at some point? And are you going to shut us all off at a given time?
We have scheduled this space until 8. We're open to, within that time frame, being reasonable. We're not going to cut people off at a minute or 2 minutes for speaking, but would appreciate you being respectful of other folks that would like the opportunity to speak and providing space and time for that. Everything that is said in this evening's meeting is considered a comment on the application and amendment process. So we don't have a separate section for comments versus questions. We welcome you to come up at any point in time for either of those. I can, if I can look at them after I stop sharing my screen. My contact information is up there. I would like the folks online. We did have issues last time with the internet cutting out. I do have my phone on in here this time, so feel free to, if something happens online, feel free to give me a ring or send me an email and I'll see what I can do to resolve it from there. Like Jeff is counting how many folks we have online.
15.
About 15 folks online. All right.
16.
Are there any other logistical questions? All right. Sir?
Yeah,
Raise hand.
A couple of questions, so I'll still reserve my time to make a statement at the end. Jay,
That is a good point of clarification. As a point of clarification, you certainly are invited to come up multiple times.
Sure.
You know, are not limited.
my name is Jay Walsh. I'm a resident of Newport here. Casey, I'm wondering if you could answer for me, in the expansion permit, there was a requirement for the facility, for the landfill here to come up with 3 different plans, 2 off-site and 1 on-site plan. I'm wondering, I know that one of the plans was for the Newport wastewater treatment facility, the other one's for Montpelier. I don't really think that those could be classified as recommendations. I don't think they've met the requests that you've made of them. Neither of those facilities have the discharge ability to discharge everything from this landfill. So they wouldn't satisfy that requirement that you're asking. Combined, they might, maybe, but then that's only 1 off-site location. The other thing is, are you going to discuss tonight the full scope of the project here? The full intent of the treatment project here that you guys have been investigating?
So do you have additional questions or?
No, I do, but
Okay, so the question was, are we discussing the full treatment options that are available? Is that?
no, the full plan for once this has been done, plan is to permit a facility, a chemical treatment facility, okay, run by a waste treatment company.
I would not say that's the plan.
It's
So-
the plan that they presented for an on-site facility.
It was,
This is part of that plan.
so correct, we asked them to review options, which was inclusive of on-site and off-site options for PFAS treatment. Nothing has been developed to the point of being a substantial plan at this point that is ready for permitting or that process. And there would be a permitting process associated with any sort of full treatment system.
Correct. I understand that.
And we are not that.
Okay. And in that consideration of building the entire facility here, what are the plans for the ultimate plans for the treated, semi-treated leachate
So
for disposal?
under what we're reviewing now, these additional leachate management areas, that any leachate that is treated through any process in this additional infrastructure would go to the leachate collection tanks, the above ground storage tanks, as it currently does, and be transported for management at wastewater treatment facility at the landfill is currently.
So there's been no discussion with regards to discharge of this to the Black River here in Coventry or New.
That is not currently proposed or considered.
So I'd like to ask then why your department has spent considerable amount of money looking at exactly that.
We are actively trying to determine long-term PFAS solution. And I am not in any way saying that that would not be something that is proposed and considered in the future right now. That would be through the pre-treatment permit and not the amendment, the facility amendment that we're considering.
And So the evaluation of exactly how much you could discharge into the Black River and or the reclassification of that river in order to do
The
so?
evaluations that have been completed. So those are being completed, or have been completed, to evaluate what our options are. We're in the next phase of trialing some treatment systems at the facility, which requires some infrastructure to do that within, and that's what the amendment is this evening. Any sort of change to discharge to the Black River or change in what is going to wastewater treatment facilities would be either a discharge permit through the water program, which would be the scenario of going directly to the Black River, or a change to the pre-treatment discharge permit would influence what is able to go to water treatment, which facilities are able to accept.
And of the approximately 12 million gallons a year that is being produced here in leachate, how much of that have you determined could be disposed of in the Black River at a given, like a day per day?
There has been no evaluation of that because we do not have a proposed treatment system. That would.
I realize that, but the correspondence in your office suggests that you've reviewed that.
I've seen the correspondence that you're raising. I'm not sure what context this is being discussed in the correspondence. We have done a number of evaluations, particularly early on when we were trying to assess what the potential impact for PFAS and leachate may be at wastewater treatment facilities. We did do an evaluation to set guidelines on, once we got results back, what sort of actions we'd have to take. And I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Sort of, it's, there's an email here from Ian Cooper, who you contracted with their consulting services to evaluate this. And it says, I did send you my opinion of the speculative discharge limits last week for the Black River. So it goes on that he says something about the Brown and Caldwell proposal, reported that their options likely require an effluent discharge to the Black River under National Pollution Discharge Permit.
Correct. So Ivan Cooper was a contractor that we hired to do a review of the required proposals that we asked NEWSVT to do for potential treatment options. That was part of our 2018 expansion permit, a requirement there, where we have required 4 treatment options specifically, including one for direct discharge to the Black River. And that was used to inform us as to what our options were, because we were very fresh in dealing with PFAS at that time. To help us we hired the contractor to help us do that evaluation. We didn't have that in-house knowledge. So we did have correspondence with that contractor to help him understand the Black River and the discharge limits are standards here in Vermont, because he was not a Vermont contractor. But we have not set discharge limits or effluent limits for PFAS in Vermont for any system. Wastewater facilities or the leak at this time. There are no effluent limits or surface water quality criteria.
Exactly, and even though the secretary said that they would do that, now they still haven't set the surface water discharge limits. But yet you're going through this permit without that. I think that's.
This permit does not change the discharge of PFAS. Well, it is removing PFAS. It is not changing the current, the location of where the leachate is being managed or influencing Black River discharge in any way.
And you're regulating 5 PFAS chemicals out of a class of over 2,000 chemicals.
We currently are. There is no end limit on PFAS. There's a lot of different numbers.
So essentially, there's many things that you don't regulate that are still discharged through your federal, you're mandated to do federal discharge permit, the pre-treatment permit. There's many chemicals that you don't regulate at all.
Correct. Each pre-treatment discharge permit is evaluated individually.
And you've attended, you've run actually a number of these meetings, and I think that you can understand that both the local population here as well as some of the representatives from the area, representatives from Canada, I think all the municipalities surrounding the lake have all requested of you not to discharge into the Memphremagog watershed. How does that even play in you guys' evaluation of whether you're going to approve a permit or not?
So again, this permit is not changing the discharge location. It is not allowing for discharge at the Newport wastewater facility. It is not allowing for discharge directly to the Black River at this time. It is providing additional infrastructure, and the discharge the management of the leachate will still be occurring at the wastewater facilities that the landfill is approved.
I'll let somebody else ask.
If that needs to change, there will be a permit process and comment period associated with that. But that is not influenced by this amendment. Yes, so Sylvia, do you have your hand raised? We'll go to you next.
Hello,
We can hear you, Sylvia.
I'm Sylvia Knight. I live in Burlington, Vermont. I'm very concerned about what I hear going on here. I don't think you're really answering Jay Walsh's questions. We cannot have business as usual, given the nature of PFAS. I don't hear you answering questions about whether this PFAS will be going to the Black River, which means it goes into the watershed. Now, waters of the state may be a legal term, but it has no ecological, moral, or scientific meaning. All water is sacred, part of Earth's hydrological cycle. It belongs to the whole community of life. And the waters do not stay in Vermont. I'm glad that there are representatives from Canada. I'm sorry that we have to put them through this anxiety. Vermont should not be exporting its toxins. So we need to find a way to eliminate and stop these toxins from entering waters, period. And I don't know, I'm hoping that we can move beyond business as usual and get some clearer answers about what this project is doing to the waters around Lake Memphremagog. So I think we also need to find ways to stop the import of toxins to Vermont. There may be some legislation at the federal level that helps us with that. That's all I'm going to say right now. I'm looking for some clearer answers. If you can't answer the questions, you can't, and you cannot expect us to accept your permit process.
Thank you, Sylvia. A few points I just want to raise from that, and I'm going to step away to be closer to the mic. I apologize to the folks online. I might argue that this amendment process is moving us away from the business as usual. It's providing us the space to do some of the testing of treatment options to evaluate what our next steps need. The goal of this is to remove PFAS from the leachate and manage it separately, allow lower concentrations of PFAS to be managed as the leachate currently is at the wastewater facilities that are permitted to accept it, which is not Newport currently, and it is not the Black River currently. And so, I think, like everything, there is a process to this, and it's going to take time for us to test some of these treatment systems, to evaluate what the best systems are. And This case, we need the infrastructure to allow us to do that. And that's what the amendment is looking at this evening. Yes, Sylvia.
I know that Vermont regulates only 5 PFAS. I know that the studies that have been done in Vermont have detected more PFAS than that. So we're not really, just lowering the amount of PFAS going into either groundwater or surface water is not adequate. That the PFAS must be secluded, isolated, taken out somehow,
I
or
don't
not.
disagree, and that's the direction that we're moving towards, is trying to figure out an approach to be able to do that.
I hear you talking about some reducing, and I don't know how we get beyond that. I'm asking you to think about the dangers of these chemicals to life and future generations, current generations and future generations, the whole Earth community. And we need the most successful, we need more than one kind of technology to remove this stuff. And we don't know what all is in it because we don't have adequate tests. So something bolder has to be done. And thank you.
Then we'll go to you, Henry, next.
Hi, my name's Beth Barnes. I live in Newport, Vermont. I just have one question. Who's going to be overseeing the retreatment facility on site at Casella?
So the question was, who will be overseeing the pretreatment facility? Our solid waste permit does oversee the flow of leachate. It's not the right word. I'm not sure what my right word is, but the management of leachate at the facility. So that does lie within our permit, the structure for the pretreatment permit picks up with what is allowed to go to water treatment. That provides oversight of what the wastewater. That is under our permit. So it would be part of the leachate management infrastructure and providing the solid waste program provide that oversight. We will be yes, we will be the oversight mechanism for the operations that Casella is doing. Casella will be doing the active operation of the facility and be providing the oversight of it. We look at results and we're up here overseeing the activities that are happening as we're able. Not every day, no. But we will be here when we're able and providing. There is logistics to this. Henry,
So our technology with any that comes should be recognized. Shouldn't be just like whatever they decided we're gonna.
So they do have flow mechanisms in place to keep track of where the leachate is going on site, and that is automated. We do get those reports. We do also we do also provide physical oversight by presence at the facility. So there are mechanisms in the design and the engineering of these systems that allow us to get the reporting on flow and treatment and the analytics of what it looks like before treatment and after treatment. And we will be getting those reports from Casella through the permit.
Hasn't rained for 30 days.
So we will. So the question for the folks online, sorry, was on, I think on the analytics of when they're running the systems, who's telling them to run the treatment system, and how will that decision be being made? The state, the solid waste program will not be making that decision. Stella will be making that decision in this case. They will have to meet the requirements of our solid waste facility permit for the management of leachate. Got to go through the secondary containment and in these buildings, and they will have to meet the requirements of the pre-treatment permit. I am going to go to Henry and then I think get Teresa and come back. Okay.
Two people who have questions.
Okay.
7 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Henry. I think I had a question up here.
Yeah, it's a similar question to what I've been asking. You personally, or anybody from ANR, does not take the sample that's being tested. So if Stella, I mean, not to compare chicken at having a box, be the person who's in charge of the chickens, but if somebody there decided to use some Dasani water as a sample and send it out to a lab, which is not your lab either, then the results would be that everything was pure Dasani, whatever that would mean. So we have the same problem that you say that you have oversight. It makes us initially think, oh, good, somebody's really, watching absolutely everything that's going on here. But you're putting a lot of trust into a private operation that is, and it would be wonderful for them to have evidence now. No PFOAs, no cadmium, no nothing. And I'm not saying that they would do that, but you're the state set up to protect us from that possibility. And I don't hear you guys doing that. In some places, when the state realizes that really to protect water, drink it eventually, they need to do it themselves. To protect, also, you would think that you would put out a position to other corporations might be interested. Tell us what else we could do to clean up this water and give us a proposal so that you could build a building somewhere and you could have the water or the leachate come to you. You'll clean it up. And how much would that cost? And I mean, first of all, have you guys figured out what other possibilities there are? Have you put out a proposal to other people? Have you thought about pursuing some of these goals of being the lab, taking the sample, so that we really know what was going on?
I'm going to try and hit on all the points. Feel free to catch me if I don't catch something that was. We do rely on the professional accreditation of the contractors that do the work that are hired by Casella. And I will say those contractors work at a number of facilities and different types of locations across the state. And they do have their business on the line by and large when they're submitting these things. the reports do come into us. We do look at them. And you know, there's like the fox in the hen house. I had an analogy there and it's gone now, but we do look at them, and if there's something that doesn't make sense, we would ask about it. And I know that that's like paper oversight, but it is oversight on both the contractors and on the seller. There's a second part to your question. That
Can the state do it, or has the state consider how this should be done?
contracting it.
Casella is gonna look for the cheapest way of doing it.
So we did, thank you, that is exactly what I wanted to pick up on. We did hire civil and environmental consultants, that Ivan Cooper that Jay mentioned earlier. We did go out for an RFP for another consultant to look at the work that Casella had submitted to us, because in that case, we didn't feel qualified to say, yes, this is complete, or there's other treatment. So we did go out to a third part, out-of-state contractor in that case, to do that evaluation, and he gave us some feedback on what Casella had submitted, and other options. So we do have that capacity to use other contractors on occasion. Don't feel we've got the.
Have we had that advice and given us that advice that you were giving?
Yes, so that report it's available off of the DEC page. It's linked in there with the other report that Casella submitted to our program. I can gladly share it with you separately. Back there. All right, we'll do two here, and then we'll go online. Gentleman in the back. Right, so there's a lot of testing that happens at the landfill. And I'm gonna, I think our conversation has gone broad to testing in general and hiring contractors for that testing. I'm gonna try and bring it back to the PFAS treatment in this building that we're here to talk about this evening. The testing of the leachate prior to it going to a wastewater treatment facility is a requirement of the pre-treatment discharge permit, and it is specified how often they have to do that. And I should know this, and I am not pulling it to mind right now. I'd invite Casella. I have the permit, I can look it up as well, but it is prescribed to them by their pre-treatment permit on how often they have to do that testing and what it has to be. And similarly, our solid waste permit prescribes what testing and frequency of testing for a variety of other things across the facility. So the testing for the leachate going to the wastewater facilities is required of the tankers going to the wastewater facility. Yes, we specify where and frequent. I think I had one here, and then I was going to go to some folks online and come across.
Sorry, another question on testing. I know it's not the focus, but I heard that Casella has used a at least a primary consulting company, multiple years in businesses in terms of, let's say, auditing your finances. Best management practices would suggest that you would not have an extended relationship with one vendor because of the easiness of it, if you will. So I guess my question is, does the state have standards, consultants that Casella is using to provide data back to the state that has a best management practice layer that suggests that no relationship with a consulting company that Casella has can last for more than X years?
For the issue of how long any reporting entity to the state can use a consultant, we do not have specifications in any program as far as I'm aware. And we don't. So. Thank you. We're going to go to, is Tom?
Tom, yes.
Tom Wagner.
Hi, yes, I'm from Charleston, Vermont. So, does the state have any data on other sites that have used this type of system to remove PFAS? And what are the results? Do we have extensive data on that?
So does the state have data on the type of system? Through this permit, we are not specifying a treatment system at this time. So for a specific system, I don't have data right now. We certainly are following treatment options for PFAS in the industry, and have looked at it at other landfills that have put in treatment systems or had treatment systems in place that happen to be able to manage leachate. It certainly is an issue that we're following very closely.
So this could be a system that may not work.
That is absolutely a potential.
So it seems like there should be a lot more research before we move forward.
We are not moving forward with this amendment with a treatment system in particular. Moving forward with a space to evaluate treatment systems within. And certainly the landfill has some treatment systems that they've discussed with us that we're aware that they're considering trialing. And if it got to the point of proposing a change in the pre-treatment permit because of the way these treatment systems were functioning at the facility, it would be an evaluation of the full treatment process and the success or failures of the treatment system as it's both at this facility and others. All right, John Barrows, you were up next.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We can, John.
Okay, thank you. Earlier tonight, when asked about, why the pretreatment facility was being placed at the landfill, and one of the answers was it was logistics. And I understand that it's logistically convenient not to have to transport 12 million gallons of leachate around the state. But I think that's the fear of many people that are here tonight is a few years from now, you'll take this pre-treated or treated leachate and put it in the Black River and it'll go into Lake Memphremagog because it is logistically convenient and obviously a lot less expensive. So that is the fear we have. I would hope the state is working on a plan to not only take out the 5 PFAS, but all the pollutants that are in the leachate. And you don't have to answer it tonight, but I'd be interested in knowing what the plan is to take out all the pollutants in leachate before it is put into public waters. I don't think it should be put in any waters. It should be stored someplace until it's clean. I think one of the problems I have when I'm explaining this situation of the leachate to my friends is they don't really know what leachate is and they don't know how dangerous it is. And I have another question. You don't have to answer it tonight. It's probably a long answer. Would the state of Vermont please fully and transparently describe the negative current and long-term environmental impact of pouring over 12 million gallons of landfill leachate into Lake Memphremagog or Lake Champlain? There's a tremendous downside in doing this, and we're obviously polluting whatever lake we put it in. And in Lake Memphremagog's case, if it goes in the Black River, most of it will settle in the South Bay, which is already polluted. So that's our fear. And that's, to me, the big picture here. In a vacuum, do I want this pre-treatment to take out some PFAS? I think that's a great idea. But the big picture is this continuing taking the leachate and putting it in clean public water and polluting it. So I don't think I have an answer, but if you can comment on that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think that, for your discussion points, John, the management of leachate at wastewater treatment facilities is certainly something that the department as a whole, the wastewater program specifically, is evaluating and working through what that looks like, what effluent limits should be, how they can be established for PFAS specifically. And again, this permit at this point in time doesn't change where the leachate is going to be managed at these wastewater. And, you know, I don't feel that I can step into the place of answering for the wastewater treatment program at DEC right now in terms of what their plan and approach is for effluent limitations specific to PFAS or leachate management as a whole. I encourage you to raise the question with them and talk to them. I can provide you contact information there. And the only parting point I want to make on this is that any changes in the management of leachate at those facilities, changes that would allow it to be managed at Newport, changes that would allow it to be discharged into the Black River, they aren't part of this amendment process right now, but there would be a public process and a permitting process associated with any of this.
Can I make one more comment? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I understand that the picture tonight is very limited to this one permit, but there's been a series of permits over many years since the Casella landfill was established in the early 1990s. And it keeps going step by step incrementally, and it keeps getting worse. So I appreciate if you understand the concern of the people there tonight and many other people who aren't there tonight of the pollution of our lake. And it's nice, it's convenient to say that's not my department, talk to somebody else. But the reality is we're here tonight and there's a series of steps, and the steps keep heading in one direction, and they keep heading to dumping the leachate back into the river and Black River and into Lake Mengad. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Had a comment here, there. Sir?
Can I just remind you, if you could just state your name? My name is Brian Smith. Thank you. There's a test facility that you're.
I'm going to pause you again just for a second and just make sure that, can you folks online hear Brian okay? No. Would you mind coming forward?
I don't mind.
Thank you.
I'm just curious. Well, one question I'm gonna have is are these ARPA funds that are gonna pay for this,
No,
Casella
this is
paying for it?
Casella.
It's a test facility. How long is the state gonna let them test before, if it fails, will they close it? And when will they close it?
So the management of leachate in this additional building, the leachate still has to meet those pretreatment discharge permit. If something that they're testing no longer allows them to attain the requirements of that pretreatment permit, that would result in compliance issues and either changes in the facility or reverting back to where we are right now.
So you potentially may not close it even if it fails. You'll give them an opportunity to do something different and then another opportunity to do
The
something
option
different.
to stop the treatment that's going on and do leachate management as it's currently occurring.
So it sounds like it's gonna be a permanent facility then.
This building will be there permanently. The treatment that's happening within the building, we could say you have to stop it right now. You're not meeting the requirements that you have to meet to take it to the waste.
All right. Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Hi, my name's Jillian Staniforth. I've lived in Newport and Derby. I happen to live on the lake. And I feel like you're just nickel and diming us to death up here in Orleans County in the Northeast Kingdom. As John said, we've watched permit after permit, and now you want to build a building and you can't really tell us what's going to happen in the building. And you're not telling us how the building contents will be evaluated. There seems to be no metric that has been established for success or failure, and you want us to trust in this process. And it goes against human nature. And I feel sorry for you standing there, because I would hate to have to answer questions that are way beyond what you're talking about. I am totally confused about this pre-treatment permit and this facility treatment. I mean, you can have 12 permits in a row, but until you can tell the people who live here, the Canadians that drink the water, the people that fish in the lake, that our lake is safe, and you know what you're doing, I don't know how you can ask to go ahead with this project. I have one more comment. I work at a public school right here in Newport, Vermont, and we put our students through testing. And when they are tested for certification, it is not us who test them. We don't hire someone for years on end and pay them a lot of money. We get independent, objective professionals that come in from the outside that do not have a vested interest in whether the student is successful or not. And these are 18-year-olds that are trying to get a foothold in their first step of their career. And we ask, the process has integrity, it has validity, it has reliability, and it is completely transparent. And if we are asking this of public school students, I don't know how you as a state organization can ask this of a small population that has borne the brunt of the millions of tons of waste, which now is 129 acres. The leachate has gone from 30,000 gallons a day to, I believe, 60,000. I could be wrong. I'm not a scientist. And yet you want us to trust you. You want us to believe you. And you want us to be able to say, this is okay. It's not okay. You are not providing a comprehensive plan. You are not leading us to the end game. This is not transparent. It is not ethical. It is not moral. And there's no money in the world that can replace a lake, an international lake that has been here forever. And you ask us to dump this crap in the lake. It blows my mind.
There's nothing in that I can answer. I just want to extend an invitation based off of that. We are limited in our conversation this evening. Topic. I am open and glad to talk with anybody, both through our process and my understanding of the process in which we have. I fully understand that there's a lot going on. There are a lot of aspects of deep that, and to the degree that I'm able, I'm glad to try and that. So I just want to, I know that doesn't address your issues, but I do want to extend that invitation to everybody. Hands up right now. I'll go to you, Pam. I feel like I thought there was someone over in the corner, but okay. I'm not seeing anyone, so why don't you come on up? Okay.
Hi, my name's Pam Lads. I live in Newport and I'm a frequent flyer at these events. And the issue is the same, and picking right up where Jillian left off. This is an environmental injustice to those of us who live here. We didn't ask for a landfill here. If you look at where landfills are sited around the universe, particularly around America, you probably can't find a site that's much worse than this one. Right on a river, right into a lake, an international lake, which if you poison an international lake, that's a violation of the Geneva Convention. And it doesn't make us good neighbors. And America right now could do with being a good neighbor, at least somewhere. The industry that is sitting on the shore of our lake has a monopoly in this state. Somehow, the state, I'm sorry, you guys, have allowed every other landfill to close, and probably for good reasons, and probably because of groups like us that said we don't want a landfill, and understandably. But you've allowed all of those landfills to migrate up here so that we now are the only source. And every little incremental permit, which none of us want because we don't want the landfill here in the first place, somehow just gets to ooze its way in. As I was sitting over there, there's a phrase that kept coming up in my head, which is about being kettled. Kettled is a phrase that is used by activists and by police. It's what you do with protesters. You push them in, you do it with cattle when you're sending them down a chute to the slaughterhouse. It's what is happening to us. We are being kettled. We are being sent down a path that we don't want to go. There's absolutely no good reason for us to go down that path other than to satisfy the whims of a whopping great corporation who's beholden to their shareholders way before they have any responsibility to us. It makes absolutely no sense building another monstrosity here. Increasing the size of this monstrosity is just a further violation of the Northeast Kingdom. It's not okay.
We're gonna go to Haley online next. And then we'll have Henry speak, and we might take.
Yeah, give Casey maybe a 5-minute break.
Everybody
Yeah.
needs to use some washrooms and such. So Haley, Leisha, why don't you go ahead?
Hey there. Thanks so much for hosting this comment period. My name's Haley Jones, they, them pronouns. I'm the Vermont and New Hampshire State Director with Slingshot, which is an environmental health and justice organization. And I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding things correctly, because I know this is complicated and y'all are the experts. This is an amendment to build a building to house a treatment system that we don't know what it's going to be, proposed by Casella. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
The
cool.
system still will have to attain the requirements of the pretreatment permit.
And that is going to come after this permit to build the building to house the system is approved, theoretically.
There is an existing pretreatment permit that the facility, the landfill holds. And then there is also the one that was out for public comment about a year ago that is moving.
Okay. And as it stands, you know, further decisions about release of treated and Casella tested leachate, those will come down the road after these permits and amendments are approved.
That is, any changes to the management of leachate as it moves off of the facility would down the road the waste.
Okay, gotcha. And just one more question about this this amendment for this building. Does the state require any considerations of environmental justice issues, whether that be socioeconomic or race and class, when they're considering permits for expansion of major facilities like Casella's? Is that a requirement, or is that not something you have to take into consideration at this time?
We currently are in the process of developing the formal framework for, there will be a process for incorporating that. I don't want to say that we're not. I just want to clarify that
Yeah.
there will be a rulemaking process that is going on that will establish those guidelines and how that will go into future permits. And, our solid waste rules right now are those guidelines.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I recognize you guys are overworked and I anticipate that making process sometime down the road. Thank you so much.
I can gladly connect you with the folks that know more about that timeline and how you.
Oh, I know them. Don't worry. Thank you though.
All right, Henry?
I think everybody needs a break. I'll wait for that break.
All right. We can,
Well, you want to take a couple more and then? Yeah, I got it.
why don't we do just
Okay.
a few minutes right now? Folks can use the washrooms that are out to the left. And we'll reconvene in 2 or 3 minutes. to be followed by Henry.
Actually, if you want to just get it over there, I guess. Good.
Maybe you can folks online. See some of it.
Now, I need to stand up here though. Hear me. No, I don't need to put here. I want them to see that.
We can move the mic to that corner of the table and I bet it would get you.
All right. Okay. Maybe can you tilt it? Yeah, but then everybody there can't see.
We can go back here if you want. There you go.
Right. Okay.
Here, use my pen.
We cannot hear the speaker.
Try again, Teresa.
Sylvia, can you hear me? She's saying something now. Do a thumbs
Yes,
up.
we can hear you now, but we missed that entire presentation.
Yeah, I can hear you now, but I missed your presentation.
Missed the whole thing.
Why was it muted?
It wasn't muted. I was standing away from the microphone and I guess we thought the computer microphone would be working. I apologize.
Oh, it looks
I'm gonna start over and I'm gonna talk fast.
no, don't talk fast.
Well, we know the landfill is inside the wetlands near the Black River. And if there was a hurricane, like Hurricane Irene, that happened at the landfill, the structure would really be damaged and there would be a great deal of contamination in the wetlands and in the lake. And I just wanted to make that point about if Hurricane Irene struck the landfill. Everyone still hear me there?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The second map that I'm showing here is an indication of where leachate breakouts have occurred. A breakout is when leachate comes through the cover that they've placed on the landfill. And there's like brown staining, so you know the leachate is coming out. There were also 24 tears detected. This is over the past 5 years. And many of the tears are called out multiple years. And my question for the state is, when these are identified, why are they not corrected immediately? And does the solid waste management staff follow up after an inspection to ensure that the problems identified are resolved? Or do they just get a report from the landfill stating that they resolved it and therefore that's good enough?
We do follow up with site visits. Can I just clarify one thing in what you said? So the tears are in the interim cap, not the interim cap liner. It is a liner material, but it's on top, not the underneath.
I did say interim cap.
But it isn't the liner. I just want to, it's on top of the cap.
Yeah, the interim cap liner.
It is geomembrane, but it's not the liner.
Yeah.
system.
Oh, I understand. Yeah. Yeah, that's good clarification. In the past 5 years, 336 gallons of leachate were collected in the secondary liner. It's my understanding that the secondary liner is really a leak detection system. Make sure that if the primary liner fails, the secondary liner can catch it. And recent testing of the leachate in the secondary liner in August of 22, because they hit an action level where there was a lot of leachate that month, showed that the liquid contained a number of contaminants, including volatile organic compounds like benzene and toluene. So we know that somehow leachate from the primary liner must have leaked into the secondary liner, or those compounds would. I can share all this data with you guys if you're wondering where I got it, because I'm analyzing it. I have access to some of these reports. So if anybody has any questions,
Every time she gets a little bit farther away, it cuts out. It's automatically doing that.
okay, I hear you.
That's better.
Yep. So I'm wondering if you're introducing more conveyance piping and moving leachate, that will introduce new points of failure. And how many more monitoring points do you have? How can you have leak detection on all of these other places? Are you going to be once a month getting this when this is up and running, starting? How will that work? Are there specific plans for monitoring that are in the amendment?
So the amendment does require reporting to us, and whenever there's a detection within 24 hours, reporting to us a triggering of the leak detection. And similarly, that would allow us to see what was going on and require any additional reporting or monitoring or other activities.
So when this August leak happened and there was leachate in the secondary liner, is there any action taken?
So that the trigger of the secondary liner, the action level exceedance, did trigger the testing and evaluation of the landfill liner systems and that's the report.
What happened then?
So somewhere there is an evaluation of the liner system that's full of waste. How do you evaluate a liner system? You got tons of waste.
So it's
well,
it's an evaluation of the areas around the landfill perimeter. To determine what the source of liquid to that secondary liner.
and then on the top of the landfill, the cap, there's also where the two liners join. that point, they're not attached in many areas, and then when they're joining cell, they have to open up the secondary and primary. At that time, sometimes some liquids will get in there. I don't have the response to what happened there, but if it's 20 gallons or more per acre, it signals a trigger, and then they have to come up with a plan to continue monitoring and how to correct it.
Right. I understand that the 20 acres per day, that happened like 240 times in the past years, but you guys only ask them to do something if it averages 20 acres a day for a whole month. And that doesn't happen as often. But the deal that I'm talking about was over the 100 gallons per day. Several days in August were over 100 gallons per day. And that's when this was triggered.
You are correct that our trigger is a monthly average, not a daily average. I believe it is how the regulation.
I did
Look at
see
that
that.
in the
I did see that in the certification. But it seems to me, well, if now you know that there are contaminants in that secondary liner that could, now you've got just one level of protection. So anyway, it's just something,
And that is exactly the reason we have that trigger in there, is to allow us to do.
and all of the under drains that are at the landfill have detectable levels of PFAS in the discharge. Every single one of them. They may not have the 5 Vermont regulated, but every single one of them has PFAS. How can this be allowed? How can this be allowed to continue? Why don't you have to do something to stop it? Because it's running into the wetlands, they're running into the Black River, which is running into Lake Memphremagog, as is clear on that map. So how can you allow that to happen?
We are working to stop the discharge from under drain 3 from containing PFAS through the installation of a treatment system. Under drains 1 and 2 are collected and managed as leachate at the facility. And that is in order to address our regulations for PFAS.
And under drain 4 and under drain 6.
Under drain 4 and 6 have not had an exceedance of our standards.
Of your standards. But they do have PFAS and you do know it.
Correct.
So basically the whole landfill is leaking PFAS. Every access point, every discharge point has PFAS coming out of it.
The under drains do have detectable PFAS within them. We have not attributed it to leakage of the land. Which, I understand this is something that we're open to talking about. I do just want to remind folks of the purpose of this evening's meeting.
Okay,
And
well, my purpose is that there are failures that are happening in this land. There's a lack of oversight on a follow-up basis where things are not taken care of adequately in a timely fashion. Things continue to be failing. And now we're going to introduce a building, a permanent building. Now you say this is just for testing, but once that building is there, we all know that we're going to do a long-term test PFAS facility. You guys can say that, oh, that's not what we're talking about today, but I mean, other people have said this. It's clear as day that that's the intent. And you're already trucking the leachate to different places. Truck it someplace else where you're not in a precious watershed of an international lake. Do it somewhere else. Do the testing somewhere else. It doesn't have to be here. There's no reason. In the interest of time, I'd like to go on to the map for the environmental justice and just say with the numbers here that 7% of the waste in the landfill comes from the Northeast Kingdom. 7%. The entire state of Vermont accounts for 80% of the waste and 20% comes from out of state. 100% goes into the Coventry landfill. 100%.
Thank you. I did just want to clarify on the under drain discharges. There will be a responsiveness summary coming to those comments on PFAS and the under. The comments that were made for that treatment process. So I don't want to say that I'm not hearing them tonight. They have been heard, they will be addressed in them. Pardon, Pam?
It's not just addressing them, hearing them, it's stop them.
We are working on the treatment. I think Henry was up next, unless you want to defer still, Henry, but I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you. Henry Cole. I have an hard act to follow. Refrigerator, head of an IT department, largest hospital in the world. So what accomplished? I don't question at all findings. I'm, in fact, find superior out of the state. I'm just a gum chewing, was a dairy farmer.
We're not able to hear Henry.
I used to fish for, I think I'm talking loudly enough. I think it must be.
We're just gonna put it in front of you instead of behind you. We'll try that.
I used to fish in the South Bay 55 years ago in the evenings. I'd catch lots and lots of smallmouth bass. They were wonderful to fight on light rod. I have 3 sons and 7 grandchildren living in Orleans County in the watershed. We don't fish in South Bay anymore as a family. We used to eat those fish 55 years ago. They were delicious. We don't eat them today. You wouldn't dare. 30 or 40% of the brown bullhead pulled out of Lake Memphremagog present with melanoma, cancerous black malignant cancers. I ask, is there cause and effect? The seller will say there's no proof that there is, that this is coming from a landfill. There's no proof that it's not. I've got my heart into this county, like all of us here who live here. This is, you know, I have 10 minutes of prepared talk. I think Jillian and Teresa spoke so well of we live in an era of global climate change. And the storms and severe weather events are going to come more frequent. Landfill is a giant hole in the ground, partially capped, but always with an open surface so they can receive more waste. And what happens if tremendous rain comes? And just like the map that Teresa displayed, this is arguably among the worst sites for a landfill in the nation. Arguably. It's close to the Black River, the largest tributary and international drinking water lake. It's surrounded on 3 sides by 13,000 acres of wetlands, owned ironically by the Fish and Game Department of your Agency of Natural Resources. I see no comments from the Fish and Game Department about that wildlife management area. When I was a young man, it used to be a renowned east-west wildlife corridor. It's a dead zone today because the landfill, 129 acres, has interrupted the corridor. I'll stand behind that, and I have lots of friends my age and older who used to fish and hunt in the area. That's where I got my interest. An irony of this landfill is that the more Vermonters recycle, the more out-of-state waste comes to fill up the difference. I've heard your former division chief of solid waste, who's no longer in the department anymore. I don't know if she resigned or retired. But she used to say at every public hearing, the more we recycle, the more we can save and conserve space in our landfills. There's only one landfill in Vermont. And Casella over the years has asked for expansions and annual volume garbage increases. It's now up to $600,000, 600,000 tons per year. So if Vermonters keep 1,000 tons efforts to recycle out of the land, Casella being a private corporation, they sell space, revenues, filled space. We're going to fill it up, and they have. It always, the figures, and Teresa could correct me. One year I saw it was actually over. It's an environmental injustice. As you gave the figures, we only send 7% of the waste from the whole Northeast Kingdom. That's 3 counties into the landfill. I worry about my grandkids, their kids. There is no doubt in my mind. I did a little research on. I've always been fascinated by the angle of repose. If a kid on a beach pours sand out of a bottle, it forms a cone, and it forms that angle naturally. Well, I've canoed right up to the landfill on the estuary from the Black River in an easterly direction. That's a severe slope on the western side of that land. If that water comes and liquefies the soft material inside, that's going to slump, settle, and shear. The shear forces is what causes the angle of repose to collapse, slope. When that happens, just as Teresa said, there is no doubt in anyone's mind, there shouldn't be, that that's going to collapse into the South Bay, upward from, which is downhill. That would be a requiem. Can't afford to allow that to happen. I guess, and this, I'm supposed to speak to this project. This project is, to me, absurd. It's talking about, let's permit the footprint in the first foothold in the door, the elephant trunk under the tent, prove the structure, but nobody says what's going to happen inside the structure. Universities are for that, set up for that. They do lab analysis all the time. MIT, contract with MIT to find out what are the best services, the best technologies to treat landfill leachate. To my knowledge, it's not yet been established on a landfill scale or in the United States. You can show me studies where it has occurred successfully, so I'd love to see them.
We do have scenarios where PFAS has been treated at landfills.
To 4 parts per quadrillion, the new EPA standard?
Not to the new EPA standard, because that's not detectable. We don't know that they're not.
Yeah. And in my reading, all cleaning techniques for leachate break down into 2 groups: filtration techniques and destructive techniques. All filtration techniques produce residuals from contaminated filters, membranes, and media. And the application right here states it'll go right back into the landfill, these contaminated PFAS materials. That's not sustainable. That's pushing the problem off to the future. They should be secluded, encapsulated, and put into a remote hazard waste area. That's the state of the art. It's expensive, but the saving of the lake is worth it. Moreover, destructive technologies like critical water, supercritical water oxygenation, that seems to work. But this isn't even listed as a possible technique in the proposal. There's a legal phrase called condition subsequent. I'm told, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm told that no permit should be acted upon if there are
I've Lake Milford. Side of the lake. I spent my youth in the lake, and it, kids have grown up here. My grandkids have grown up here. I now have a great grandson who's 5 months old. And I heard that the expansion permit was for 20 years. I quickly calculated, my grandson wasn't born when the permit was granted, but he'll be 16 years old when that landfill supposedly closes, although they do have to renew the permit in 10 years. So in 6 years, we better be together as a community and get this landfill closed. It doesn't belong here. It should not get any bigger. It's just, like someone else said, it's unethical, it's immoral to put a treatment facility for leachate on site. It needs to go somewhere else in a location that's not in the midst of a watershed. I don't know how many variations have been granted for wetlands for this landfill, but there've been a number, a great number. If I wanted to do something in a wetlands on my property, do you think there'd be a chance in hell that I'd be able to? No, no. If I want to do anything with my property, as in another division, I have to have an approved site for an optional treatment facility for my own waste. And for, I already have a functioning, yeah, whatever it's called. I lose my words every now and then, but this permit should not be granted. This is the third permit, third application that's out there. We're waiting for the pre-treatment, which is, we got the draft, we had these meetings, which I think are turning out to be a sham. I don't mean to insult you or you. I think Casey, we're almost friends. I mean, you know my name now, so, I wouldn't want your job, but, I hope. The other thing I wanted to point out, I look at the bigger picture. This is a political situation. We've got a governor. The greatest donor, I've been told, is Casella to the governor, and he was just reelected, so we know there's some Casella money behind our governor. Our governor stands over the secretary of the ANR, Julie Moore. She does his will, I'm sure. She does what he wants. Casella's supported the state, and we are, us Vermonters are extremely frugal people. You people that didn't grow up here may not know that, but we are. And when there's money coming in from the landfill in Coventry and it's out of sight, out of mind, it's great. I mean, just let it go. And I just would ask that this permit not be approved. They're waiting for two others, the underdrain and the pre-treatment, which also had some kind of provision in it for leachate treatment facility. So this is really getting complicated. And I think it's time to stop and take a look around and say, what is the state of Vermont going to do about its garbage? Because we've taken our share. We don't need this precipitous, enormous issue with leachate. We're going to have it for forever anyway. I don't know who's going to deal with it when the landfill closes, but somebody better be getting on it and coming up with the plan, because I think once the landfill closes, Casella's going to hightail it out of here as quickly as they can. So please deny this permit.
Hey, my name is,
Sorry. While you settle, I do just want to apologize to the folks that are online. We did lose the feed temporarily. I think everyone should be back up and able to hear and see. If you can't, just put something in the chat, please, and address it.
okay, my name's Mike DeLance. I live in Newport. I live a mile from the south. And when that dump was, well, first it was a Netto dump. And, okay, it shouldn't even been there to begin with. Then when Casella got a hold of it, then they got a addition, whatever. Well, I never voted for it, and nobody in here did. And none of the people in Canada ever voted on it. We had no say, and we still don't. But you can at least hear what we want to say. And the thing is, of all the years, all these amendments, all these additions, this and that, it's been rubber stamped. We go to the formality, well, you have a meeting, we'll talk about it, which is good, and you're good about it, but we don't have a vote. We're frustrated, and it's got to the point where, like, when I first moved there, I've lived there 48 years, and it used to be a basin. It's a mountain now. I've lost all my view, my tree line, and everything else. And to me, it's gotten a little bit out of hand. And I think the state is very lazy because it's the only dump in the state of Vermont. They did have one in Burlington. They closed that, sent it up here. And then, like they said, 7% comes from this area. It comes from everywhere else. Why us? It's a good question. I think it's because we're from the Northeast Kingdom and we're forgotten. And it's sad. And I think it's insane that all the red flags that keep coming up, it's just gone by. So my question would be, if the board was here, what would be the one red flag that you would say, no, we can't do any more of this? And my opinion is, the one red flag would be is not in my backyard. If it's in my backyard, we're stopping it.
And that's the red flag I think that they're looking at. Because right now, there's no red flags. As long as it's not in their backyard, and it's in my front yard, there's no problem, as long as it's not in their yard. And it's in the worst place it could ever be. I mean, it's international water, drinking water. Wetlands, just like Effie said, you can't test nothing, do anything in wetlands. For some reason, we're doing it here. And it just does not make any sense. And that, if that board was here, I would like to have them tell me the one red flag that would say, no, we can't do no more. Because I don't think I get an answer. I don't think I would. That's all I gotta say.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonsoir. 3 minutes exactly. My name is Robert Benoit. I'm a resident of Lake Memphremagog on the Canadian side of the lake. I'm here on behalf of the Memphremagog Conservation, the environmental group that had been defending lake against multiple attacks day after day for the last 55 years. We are the oldest environmental group in Quebec. Each time a solid or liquid waste is deposited on Lake Memphremagog in Vermont, more or less 2 years later, the time that this waste arrived in the drinking water of Magog, Sherbrooke, Bromptonville, Omerville, Mansonville, Douville, and the father of the monk at Saint-Benoît-du-Lac, at the Hermitage Club, and more or less 175,000 people, including our children drink that water with chemical and lots of PFCF was being found in the drinking water of Magog and Sherbrooke. We all know it's very cancerogenic. For almost 4 years with a friend from Vermont, we have been imploring you to stop pouring your garbage juice into the drinking water in Quebec and Canada. In 1989, the Minister of Environment of Quebec, Mr. Clifford Lincoln, amended the Article 115 on the quality of the environment of Quebec, in which law he was including no more transport of waste from the United States to Canada. And in my mind, it also means no CVA from the United States to Canada. Already at the beginning of the century, to deal with pollution between our two countries, an international mixed commission was created at that time, and it was very clear. The two countries should not pollute their neighbor. That was more than 100 years ago. 3 years ago, Quebec and Canada gathered here in Newport, 30 elected officials from Lake Memphremagog region, mayor, provincial and federal elected people at various levels from Ottawa to Quebec City to explain to our Vermont neighbor how fed up where with the danger you are creating in our home with the leachate which is deposited in our lake every day. The border will be closed at 8 o'clock tonight when I will drive back. I will have to take the Utu. The leachate will still go through the lake. Take my word for it. Since you have received a letter from the last 3 federal ministers at the cabinet level, you cannot go any higher than that in our country. 3 ministers in the area over the last 3 years sent a letter. The first one was Denis Paradis. The second one was Mrs. Bibeau, Minister of Agriculture, and the third one is Mr. Saint-Onge, who just get elected. These 3 ministers worked with Mr. Trudeau in Ottawa, wrote letters to your state saying no more leachate now or ever in Lake Memphremagog. Recently, the Minister of Quebec, M. Benoit Charest, who's at COP27 at this time of the day, also wrote long letters to the Vermont government. No more leachate now or ever in Lake Memphremagog. Finally, in June 10, 2021, a resolution of the National Assembly that I have here was tabled down. There is 5 parties in Quebec City at the National Assembly, 125 of them, all the elected people there, vote again, Leachate Lake, Memphis, now or ever. And the resume of that motion in one word, no permanent prohibition, the permanent prohibition of the discharge of leachate in the water of Lake Memphis. I submit the resolution to you after, Madam. Finally, we realize more than ever that water is becoming one of the most demanded resources around the world. How can we intelligent people still accept that chemicals are dumped in Lake Memphis? It is illegal, it is immoral. To conclude, in addition to the resolution of the National Assembly that I am tabling, I also wish to give our beautiful flag of Quebec to you. So whenever you make a decision about Lake Memphis, please put that in your office and think that that water end up in Quebec. Thank you very much.
Going to, and I'm not gonna say, hasn't been to say it in my own words, because I feel it so deeply. My name is Peggy Stevens. I've come to provide my comments on the proposed on-site pilot leachate treatment by NEWSVT for the fourth time in a little over a year. I submitted objections to the original draft leachate pretreatment permit last October 2021, and the first amendment to that permit for the UD3 leachate treatment project this past August and September. I'm here now to object to the second amendment as yet another threat to the Memphis-Magog watershed. I have been engaged since 2018 in a spirit of partnership with ANR, the agency whose mission is to protect Vermont's natural resources for future generations, my grandchildren. This spirit becomes strained as the years roll by and efforts are overturned to protect the Memphis-Magog watershed from present contamination, as is evident in the 25 to 40% of cancerous brown bullhead found in the lake and nowhere else in Vermont, and threatened harm by the landfill expansion and efforts to develop on-site leachate treatment. And I want to be clear, I am not all making a connection between the cancerous lesions on the brown bullhead. I think there's historical reasons in the South Bay that there is contamination present causing those cancers. But it's a darn good reason not to contribute any more environmental contamination to the South Bay or Lake Memphis-Magog. My previous, I have been committed to fulfilling my responsibility as a public partner, sharing a common mission with the ANR, but I have now come to feel disillusioned to realize that the agency responsible for environmental protection has conducted business in an opaque and even seemingly two-faced way as relates to the draft permit for leachate pretreatment discharge. This is at the expense of environmental justice for the Memphis-Magog watershed region, its communities, its wildlife, and most importantly, for the hundreds of thousands of our Quebec neighbors whose drinking water reservoir is Lake Memphis-Magog. My previous comments emphasize the impropriety of permitting the corporate owner-operator of the Coventry landfill to call all the shots in developing a pilot leachate treatment facility, essentially privatizing environmental protection. Aside from the blatant conflict of interest in allowing NEWSVT to have full authority over every step of the pilot project from start to finish, exacerbating an already intolerable environmental situation, let's now add further insult to that injury, this Second Amendment to the original draft permit that has not yet been issued. The permittee is requesting construction of additional infrastructure and additional leachate management space in order to experiment with leachate treatment without providing any detail that might indicate environmental impact. This goes beyond the First Amendment to build UD3 leachate treatment within the wetlands buffer. The permittee forges ahead, planning to invest more and more in the development of infrastructure for the pilot project, even without the issuance of the original permit. My sense of dismay turns to disbelief. What is the public to make of this long, drawn-out process? Is the ANR willfully allowing this pilot project to move forward piece by piece with no master plan as required by Act 250, extending opportunity to NEWSVT to become more deeply entrenched on site? Has the green light already been given? Is the public being played? Just as NEWSVT pretended the pilot leachate treatment facility would not be sited on the Coventry landfill until they said it would be, let's stop pretending that allowing these amendments to go through will not result in the corporate owner-operator claiming that they have a vested interest in establishing a permanent leachate treatment facility on site in Coventry, ultimately importing millions of gallons of leachate from other sites in Vermont and worse, from out of state, just as happens now with the tons upon tons annually of contaminated solid waste imported from New England states that decline to allow disposal of that waste in their own state. Our ANR and NEWSVT are the only entities denying the environmental threat the landfill and proposed construction of on-site leachate treatment facility pose to our watershed. The EPA, the scientific community at large, even the solid waste disposal industry acknowledge the environmental harm imposed from toxic bioaccumulative landfill chemicals as they leach off gas and are deliberately discharged, particularly on such a geologically inappropriate site. Disregarding concerns for the threatened damage to the surrounding environment and to the water quality of Memphremagog is an assault on our citizens and rural community. If this pilot is permitted to go forward, it will be too late for recriminations or apologies. Only time for a requiem for what was once a priceless and pristine watershed, its human and wildlife. Once again, in the name of environmental protection and environmental justice, I ask you to forbid further development on this ill-chosen site and to instead look elsewhere to develop an environmentally sound, state-owned and managed leachate treatment facility closer to where the majority of Vermont's solid waste originates and from which Coventry's leachate is generated. Thank you.
I am just a shadow. Already spoke. My name is Polly Jones. I live in both Derby and Manchester, Vermont. I come to you with a different perspective, not from what has already been told, but from a statewide perspective. I do thank you for allowing us the opportunity to listen to and provide comment on the proposed amendment at the Coventry landfill. And given the number of times that I and most of the people in this room have spoken out against the continuing development at the landfill, I have little confidence that our concerns have an impact on the outcome of the permitting process. If the ANR could assure us that our questions and statements are given the consideration they merit, the ANR could mitigate the growing sense that it is frankly careless in its duty to the protection of the environment and the people of the Memphremagog watershed. I'm not saying this to you as if you are careless, but I am saying that this permitting process has been. The surrounding region in the two countries is financially dependent on a pristine lake. Towns on this side of the border have suffered decades of economic challenges, and the current and future pollution of coming from the landfill is cementing its poor prospects. Contrary to sensible planning, locating infrastructure away from this fragile region, what has been occurring is the permitting of every request the landfill operator has brought forward for their best interest and convenience. I am heartsick that the short-term needs and profits of a privately owned enterprise are placed above our communities. I know that others have already spoken about our brown bullhead, but I'm going to continue on this vein. Nothing should distract us from the fact that more than 30% of the brown bullhead have cancerous melanomas. Nowhere else in Vermont does this cancer cluster occur. We know this. It should be clear to everyone that the cause for this, although Peggy has stated there may be other pollution causes, but it is still related to the landfill and the landfill before it was owned by the current operator. And the landfill is sited smack dab in the middle of the watershed. This grim scientific study about the brown bullhead should have roused efforts to protect the lake from further contamination, as it is, as we know, the drinking water reservoir for our Canadian neighbors. So many, 775,000 at least. And it also, please keep in mind, this is a glacial lake in glacial sand. It no doubt, there is no question in my mind that it charges the surrounding wells in both countries. But these findings, this scientific findings, have not spurred any real reaction. No research has been done in the past 4 years since those initial findings. What will it take to jolt the ANR to protect these waters instead of granting more permits to pollute them? If the current landfill didn't exist and a request were made today to construct a new one on the current location, it would never be approved. It would not meet basic EPA requirements. So how can ANR justify permits for construction of more infrastructure on an unsuitable site? These PFAS mitigating systems need to be constructed closer to approved wastewater treatment facilities that are nearer to the populations, as Peggy said, that produce the bulk of the garbage. The more infrastructure that's constructed on this site, the more Vermont becomes over-reliant on an unsustainable landfill. The ANR needs to stop this sickening pattern of dependency and look to a more viable, publicly owned future of waste management. Aside from the statements in the permit amendment, where and how large the proposed building and contingency pad are, there's no mention of what it will contain, and we've already discussed this. Shouldn't the equipment be the primary focus of any discussion on treating leachate? Why is the DEC willing to entertain the possibility of a permit for unknown experimental equipment on site? There is no precedent for 100% PFAS removal from leachate. What considerations are being made for the removal of the hundreds of other toxic compounds that are in leachate? Whatever treatment is chosen, clearly, leachate should not be treated on site or released in any form into the watershed. I don't care what you call it after it has been treated. It is still going to have toxins in it. I am also worried that the ANR be willing to fit the treatment quality standards to the equipment rather than the other way around. What horrifies me even more in this untenable scenario is that the applicant intends to dispose of the filtration residuals back in the landfill. Thank you, Henry, for bringing this up. No matter what the treatment is that is chosen, there will be nasty, toxic leftovers, spent carbon granules, coagulated sludge, and reverse osmosis filters. The scientific name for these should be concentrated evil. How could a government agency permit such careless disposal? Residuals must be contained so that they cannot continue to pollute. And lastly, I want to say that landfill expansion and continued infrastructure development at the Coventry location have made it the poster child for environmental injustice in Vermont. There's no alternative but to begin to search for more hydrogeologically sound sites on which to develop regional waste management facilities. I say that with particular concern. Facilities. We must explore new methods for dealing with our waste. The ANR can't act simply as a permitting agency anymore. To fulfill its duties, it must become a proactive agency. Thank you.
And Jay Walsh, Newport, Vermont. I want to say something briefly before the statement I have to say, and that is regarding the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, which is an oxymoron. Not an elimination system, it's an allowance system to put chemicals that they don't monitor through into these waters. The current treatment permit, sorry, is it different from the pre-treatment permit? And the discharge, the NPDES?
Yes, that would be different than a.
Okay, so the pre-treatment permit is what is being used to discharge at the wastewater treatment facilities. So you're in violation of that permit currently. It says within that permit that you can not allow anything that can contaminate or interfere with the discharge of the wastewater treatment facility. That's exactly what happened in Montpelier. It affected their treatment of their own current waste and then had to be stopped. That permit should have been pulled immediately. It's a violation of that permit. So there's no standing, the truth is, there is no standing permit. Every day that you guys allow the discharge of leachate into any of these facilities, instead just send it over to New York. And
We encourage our program to see what their actions were.
Okay.
In response.
Also, I'd like to know if where it's being sent was told the damage that was done at the other facility here. So, I think I'm hearing a lot of comments here with regards to the track record. And I think that comes to the point of us trusting the decisions being made by DEC and like organizations around the country. Today, nationally, DEC's track record is abysmal. 50% of lakes and rivers in the US are polluted to some extent, 50%. Okay. Most of these bodies are contaminated as a result of failed discharge regulations and oversight. In 2015, discovery of PFAS contamination in Bennington, Vermont by St. Cobain was a facility which DEC was charged with regulating, the responsibility and monitoring. It was a failure. Okay. Not only was it going out through the water, but it was going out through the stack. I mean, you're not watching the air, you're not watching the water. 2018 landfill expansion. Since 1986, you started closing landfills all over the state, and you made no effort to establish any means of waste disposal in any facility, and were a facilitator and enabler to make Casella the state trash monopoly that it is today. You have ignored the call. You've ignored the call of all the citizens, local and state officials, as well as ignored the concerns of Canadian citizens, federal, provincial, and municipal officers who have pleaded, do not discharge this into Lake Memphremagog watershed. Again, a failure to consider these desires and concerns of these citizens. Also, 2018, the Northeast Kingdom Waste Management District that surrounds the landfill here, 40 towns, voted to rescind their support for the landfill expansion. This was summarily ignored by your department. In 2018, a local group of concerned citizens in Newport addressed the city council there and got them to stop and told them PFAS was passing through the wastewater treatment facility into the river. We gave them the facts, we gave them the information, they stopped taking it. No sooner did that happen than who shows up at our door? Emily Bodecker, the commissioner of the Department of Environmental Conservation, to speak to the Newport City Council and to tell them that there was nothing in leachate to be concerned about. That the permittee met all the state requirements, was extremely deceptive by a state official. No sooner than that happened, to jump to 2020, and your agency determined there's an excessive amount of PFAS passing through the treatment plant and being discharged by both Newport and Montpelier. I've yet to hear plans of any upgrades to these facilities by your department. This goes to the failure of making a mess, being aware of it, and then not doing anything to clean it up. There's been nothing said by any official about modifying these facilities. You've got $34 million of federal infrastructure money. Not a penny of it is earmarked to address these issues that are already putting pollutants into our lakes and rivers. Again, another failure. And there's a moratorium of disposal of leachate from the Newport wastewater treatment plant. You doubled up the leachate in Montpelier, and then it failed Montpelier. They had to take it offline, or they had to stop taking leachate altogether. And again, in 2021, regarding the pre-treatment discharge permit for the dump here, you received a letter from the Canadian citizens, again in 21, this was, you had one in 2020 and before that as well, that they had a motion to adopt from the National Assembly from Quebec to request you to stop discharging landfill leachate into Memphremagog and or the Champlain Lake. Today and for the past year, you've been allowing thousands of gallons of PFAS contaminated groundwater from the underneath of the landfill, which, you know, that's only supposed to pump out groundwater, not supposed to have PFAS in it. Okay, you've done nothing to explain where that contamination is coming from. I'd like to see that before you go any further with any permit for this facility. It's unconscionable that that there's problems being developed and you're moving on to the next one before you've even solved the first one. All I can say is that I'm asking tonight to deny this permit and not to come back to the people of this community or Canada until you have the full-fledged proposal from Casella as to what they plan to do on this site, and preferably not on this site at all. None of this should be, we've taken the waste from every single area in the state to be dumped here. Everything you see in this room, everything these people are wearing, the flooring here, these materials, all are in that landfill. All the chemicals from all of this stuff is boiled down into this toxic leachate. And you say, well, Coventry, anyone from Coventry here? Is there one person from Coventry here? Really, one person, okay. Do they really want, any of you that know people from Coventry, do they really want this stuff to be dumped into the lake? Do they really? Well, the thing is, Coventry has got an agreement with Casella that pays how much? Almost $1 million, I believe. Okay? It's not a reason to pollute that lake. Okay? So is there anyone here that objects to not passing this permit? No. The ayes have it. Failed. Okay, move on, come back with a full plan.
My name is Walter Medwood. I live in Derby. I'm new to this whole issue, and forgive me for perhaps not having the complete comprehension about all of the issues. I've come to the conclusion that the word landfill is inaccurate. It's not an accurate use of the word. Merriam-Webster says a landfill is a system of trash and garbage disposal in which waste is buried between layers of earth to build up low-lying areas. We are building a mountain. We are not building in low-lying areas. Further, the use of landfill doesn't convey the fact that this is a failing trash storage system. It is cited in what must qualify as one of the worst cited dumps in America. It's obviously directed to a drinking water supply of hundreds of thousands of people. Landfill doesn't convey the greenhouse gas load caused by the massive statewide trucking operation that feeds Vermont's lone failing trash storage area. The use of the word landfill minimizes all of the multiple assaults this dump proposes. Of the 14 Superfund national priority listings for Vermont, 6 are listed as landfills or dumps. My question is, should we categorize Coventry as a pending Superfund site? Is it Vermont's 15th Superfund site? And because of our taking 20% of trash from outside the state, coupled with the contamination of international waters, shouldn't the EPA be engaged at some levels? Clearly, this is a stress on all of the staff systems within the Department of Environmental Conservation. Should we not partner with EPA that is monitoring 15 other Superfund sites in the state? Why not take advantage of the capacity to support your efforts? No permit should be considered until the foundational questions are addressed. Citizens, clearly there is concern about the process, the political process. Citizens are concerned about how this major environmental hazard is being addressed administratively. There is a cloud over your sister organization, the Fish and Wildlife Department. A scientifically conducted study suggests that almost half of the staff feel management is making decisions not only on science, but politics are almost an equal rival to the science. Does that cloud extend over to your agency? Not you personally, but to the management level? Mark Levine, the head of the Department of Health, led the charge to protect Vermonters in the COVID crisis. He took an oath to be a doctor. He took an oath to protect the people of the United States, of Vermont. It does not feel like we have a Mark Levine behind us. We have no one that has taken a personal oath to do the right thing. The agency permit under consideration should be held in abeyance until all of these issues are raised. Until we have a defined alternative, safe, geologically, hydrological, alternate sites, we should not be getting enmeshed in this site further until we have a plan. We should have a grand opening of 2 sites. Where are those sites? We should have 2 grand openings this year for alternate sites. That's not happening. The environmental injustice issues have been discussed. The fact that we have a monopoly company whose prime responsibility is to the shareholders, not to the well-being of Vermonters. It feels like the state has abandoned its charge. We've turned it over, and instead of being the dog, the state feels like the tail of the dog. It feels like the executive branch has said, Casella, run the show. And it's not what government should be doing in terms of protecting the environmental resources and the people and the citizens of Canada. It's a failing. We need a Mark Levine to stand for us. And right now that Mark Levine appears to be missing in action. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
You come forward. Be short. It's just something I didn't read from my paper. Excuse. Thank you for your patience. I want to read my last paragraph. I think of Casella like an invasive. Their semi-trucks are literally hosts, hauling the highest concentrations and deposits of poisonous PFAS and other toxic chemicals, dumped uninspected into the landfill. Forever chemicals, PFAS, highly mobile in air and water, are far more injurious to our environment and our public health than invasive milfoil, zebra mussels, or reed canary, which your ANR agency publicly strives to limit. Apply the same precautionary principles to this invasive host. Work to close this landfill at the end of its current 10-year permitted period or by 2028. Work for more sensible waste deposit alternatives, less dependent on diesel spewing truck transportation to a distant single landfill producing, and consider deposit alternatives in centers closer to the regions whose populations produce the majority of our waste. Thank you.
Anyone else raising their hand? I don't, but I do just want to wrap up by saying that I appreciate your being, I appreciate hearing, and being part of this process.
What is your takeaway? Taking back today.
The question was, what am I taking back to ANR? You know, I think taking it all back, certainly. Like I said, and this is gonna sound hollow, I know, but we do consider and respond to comments. And that will be part of our process moving forward. And that will be a conversation beyond just Jeff and I. And I think that is taking the voices that we hear and communicating that back to others. And how that informs this permit, how it informs our entire process moving forward, separate from this permit, it does make a difference. And I do want to assure you that you are heard and that it is listened. I think for me, the take-home messages are that the sequencing of this permit feels off to folks, and I think some of that we can address with better communication outside of permit cycles. And to me, that's something I would like to move.
It would be a good time to mention that there is the oversight committee meeting. Is twice a year, by the community, the active operators of the facility, state regulators, folks from Canada come down. Used to be much busier and involved, but that was something that was designed by Act 250 to try to get the community involved and express concerns. And a lot of the concerns that are addressed here today, I think would be open dialogue to go to those meetings. They've kind of run short lately, and we're trying to figure out how to redesign them to get people more involved and what's happening, what our jobs are, what we're doing. Also, somebody online commented they wish that our superiors were here. We will be writing this up, and it goes right up to the top. We have weekly debriefings, and they will hear it, and they also have access to this recorded. Right here, right in Coventry, at this facility.
February. They're organized through Act 250, and Stella manages the site for that. Facebook. Yes. They are not running Act 250. I am saying they send out the agenda and then they have the contact list.
That's bizarre. I mean, surely you must think that if you can stand and say that with a straight face, that is really bizarre. How people think and feel. I'm sorry.
No, I hear you.
I can't listen to this.
What I'm saying is I don't manage that. It's an Act 250. If you would like to be invited to that process, it is through Act 250, and I can put you in contact with part of that. If you had it.
But can you convey that to the powers that be to say there is a fundamental disconnect in having a corporate entity that has a profit motive is in charge of sending the invitations out? It is, it's mind-boggling. It's absolutely mind-boggling. That we would, as I said in my comments, we're turning this over to Casella to run the show. The tail is wagging the dog, and this is a perfect example of that. It's just unconscionable. It's unconscionable. For this state that speaks to the environment, the green mountains, waters. I mean, it's unconscionable. Sorry.
No, it's her. I wanted to clarify that we can get people out of veterans back to 50. I can put you in contact with the people.
Right, and I'd say one of Casey, my goals is that people could come to that. What we're hearing here tonight has a lot to do with not this particular permit. It's about the landfill, its existence. The only one in the state, the transportation. And, we're here tonight to talk about the building, but we hear everything else, and we're trying to find a different opportunity to guys to express some concerns.
And that meeting place for the state of Vermont to stand, to have the state official stand tall, to have the governor or Julie stand tall to say, we are in charge. We care. We are driving the bus. But it doesn't sound like that's how they're in charge.
asking a question. We only had one person vote for John. But 1 week Pam couldn't go and I went, and I wanted to go to the next one, and so did she, and so we both went, but we were like, it was what? There were like 4 people there.
I don't think it was, this is my interpretation, it's not invitation only.
Have you sat in those meetings too? I mean, do it feel like an open meeting to you? Because it sure don't to me.
Well, I think it's shrunk. It has, we were talking about how we could maybe change that whole format and maybe get people involved. I mean,
I think this came up in the context of messaging and what I would like to take home from this. And it really is, I think we have established relationships with some of you. I hope that you feel comfortable coming to me. We need to broaden that communication network, and it needs to be outside of this permit cycle. Whether the Landfill Oversight Committee is the right place or not for that, I think that's conversation to happen down the road. And how that gets facilitated. It might be a good avenue for having some of this conversation, but it certainly isn't the only one that we should be considering moving.
right, it shouldn't just be a permit process to hear you guys, have an opportunity for you guys to speak.
And to hear from others besides the two.
I really appreciate hearing that. Really mean it. I feel like I have relationships, waste management, vision. All heard by individuals like you. And I appreciate a whole other many layers.
Building. I remember another thing actually had back to things. And they were going to change a building that was in Nancy Bio. And various leaders of that organization who were doing, and they would speak to the Newport Council, and we would ask them a question about how is this going to happen? This facility, this biological facility, and the answers that we got, from the leaders, made it clear that they didn't know the first thing about how to build or how this thing would work. 1 minute they'd come in and they'd say, well, we'll do all of the experiments. And we said, somebody's going to give you permission to do all of the experiments. They're outsiders. And they might want control of this. And then the next time they'd come in and they'd say, oh, no, they're going to come in. And they're going to do the chemical experiments. And we'd say, yeah, but then what control do you have over them if they're in the, and it was clear that they did not know what they were doing. And yet, and it turned out that eventually we found out that, it was all fraudulent. There was no sustainable ANC bio in Korea at that time. But the state, in the meantime, had control, supposedly, of all the funding, et cetera, et cetera. And the state, for its own responsibility, failing to control what was happening with the EP5 money. So, I mean, I think now you're going to have a building, there, the ANC bond, the building existed. The only question was what the hell was going to go on in it. Now we've got the possibility of a building being built up I don't know, has it started being built already? But anyway, you don't know what's gonna happen. There's no commitment with respect to how it's all gonna happen. You need to know, maybe 5 people in the state needed to know more about what was being done. And you guys, before you grant a permit, need to know more about how it's gonna work. Because they may know about garbage, and how to control garbage, where to put it, whatever, and all the layers. But what do they know about how to get toxic chemicals? That takes chemistry. That takes industry that knows something about that. And you should know before we have a building that was empty in Korea and had really nothing going for it here, before you let the building even get built. Otherwise, you're going to be conceivably in the same situation as what took place while all the state people were all for it, all the city people were all for it, and there were just a couple of what we call naysayers sitting around saying, this doesn't make any sense. Careful.
Thank you.
Where do you think there's? You've got to be able to have. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chairs. Thank you.
I'm sure you're probably instructed. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Tough job. 2 meetings ago was it unfortunate. Thank you very much. Well organized. Tough job, eh?
There is a lot going on, which
Has the
I'm
meeting,
always really amazed with the people here as well.